seriously. Don't do some practical things, and teachers don't take it as serious as it is. So the teachers are just there to give you the information on the textbook, give you marks, and then you pass. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hamza.
You're welcome.
Now I'd like to call upon Rashid.
Yes. Okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank Hassam for his sharing his point of view. At first, I will try to answer his argument. He said that students don't take clubs and creative clubs seriously. Uh, if the students don't take the creative clubs seriously, this don't mean that the creative clubs have any problem. Maybe the problem is in the students, not in the creative clubs, because as he said, the students don't take them seriously. So the problem is in the students, not in the creative clubs or in the education curriculum. And then I would like to raise my argument, which is, in my opinion, the most significant point of going to school. The school could teach you some general things, but also the school teach you the most important thing, which is teaching you how to learn new things. The school will not learn you how to become a specific engineer or work in a specific place, because there's thousands of fields. So if the school are trying to teach you these things, you maybe need thousands and thousands of teachers for each class, because there's a lot of fields. So that's why the school is teaching you only the general things, because you can choose after that and learn and improve yourself uh, by you can choose and improve yourself by yourself, or by going to the university, which is also takes you a bit deeper in like special. For example, in school you don't study medicine and engineering. If you go to the university, you will study medicine and engineering, which is a bit specialized. After you study engineering, you maybe become artificial engineering, which is a bit deeper. So in the school, of course, the schools don't have the time and the teachers to teach you each subject to become like to prepare you for to become like a civil engineer or as a doctor, because that's not the school job. The school job is just to give you a general information, and to give you a general degree that you studied some general information and you know about this field. So after that, you can choose your field, and also you can choose and dig deeper and deeper. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashid. Now that brings us to the end of the first round. Now that you've given your presentations, I would like you have seen the agenda, right? So discuss among yourselves and we'll come up with pre-rebuttal. So you have some time to discuss amongst yourself and then you can come up. All right, can we have everyone back, please?
Can we start asking?
Yeah, can we have both teams on camera, please? So this is the time you ask questions to others, and let's see the responses. The floor is yours. Who's starting to ask the first question? You may raise your hand, and I'll call out the names so that.
Yes, I want to ask Rashid a question.
Yeah. So Hamza's question with Rashid. Okay.
Rashid, I want you to clear your idea that you said that the problem is with the students about the clubs.
Yes, sure, no problem. My point was that, for example, you can, if you are going to a restaurant, for example, you can order the food, and the worker will bring the food for you. But maybe you don't eat the food. It is the problem is not from the food. The problem is from you, because you didn't eat the food. That was my point, because the schools are having their artistic classes and music creative skills classes, but the problem is, as you mentioned, is in the students. They just taking them to pass. That was my point.
In my opinion, I think the waiter, as your example expressed, also have a problem, because he didn't show the menu. We have this and this and this. So the waiter is the teacher. Maybe the teachers can encourage the students to join these classes. Maybe the teacher can give some prizes, money, a pencil maybe, and to encourage these students to join these classes. For example, I was a shy kid. I didn't go by myself to join these clubs. The teacher saw me, for example, drawing, and he said that he saw that I have the talent of drawing, and he said, why not you join the drawing club? So this problem is divided by students and teachers. That's it. Thank you so much.
Could you explain?
I just explained that the teachers can encourage the students to join these clubs, right? So the problem is not on the student.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but you said that they don't have menus, because everyone is special. If you are going to make menu for all the students, you have thousands of students. Usually,
yes.
You will make.
You have 1,000 of students, so the teacher should know. The teacher should know what each student have ordered. The teacher is sitting with his students for a long period of time, so he should know this is interested in this, and this student is interested in drawing. The student is interested in IT, and so on.
Okay, I have Hussam who's raised his hand.
Yeah. I have a question for Aya. Well, Rashid Al-Bandari, Taj Noor, they are both a leader of clubs in Sultan Qaboos University, and they both graduated from Sultan Qaboos University, and they have their own companies. Do you think this creativity didn't come from the university? That's one question. And another question, that Imagine yourself as a CEO of a big company, and you have a choice to choose between two employees, one with a high degree certificate and experience from a big university, and one without any certificate. Which one you will feel secured and well to choose one of these? And that's it.
I would respond to your first statement, Hussam. I don't question the university certificate. I am questioning its efforts to rise up the level of creativity and innovation and the abilities into its students themselves. You said that you mentioned names. Okay, like you said that university has made an effort, but it's all not about only the university efforts. Maybe they are including having an intelligence, a high level intelligence, or intelligence that helps them to being more creative. Let me explain my point of view. I'm questioning the methods that colleges take when they teaching their students, because some of their methods are restricting students to be more creative. There is not all the students are confident. Not all the students has the abilities to show themselves. Some of them can take the chances, take the risk, and the others are restricted because the university is not encouraging all of its students. I want to say that there is need to be a plan where all the students need to be gathered and found the abilities that's hidden, because not all the personality as the same. And about your second question, can you repeat it?
The second question was, imagine yourself as a CEO of a big company, and you have a choice to choose between two employees, one with a high degree certificate and the other with no any certificate. Which one you will feel secure? And
to be honest, without any doubt, I would be choosing the one who had the certificate. But the one who had certificate proved that he had an intelligence, that he improved it, so he could pass. If you give me two persons, one without any education, without any idea of how to be in creative or how to take risks, I want to choose him because
No, we're
he's
just
lack
saying
of
as a
things, lack
relative. Like
of
he doesn't have.
knowledge.
But
All my point of view, Hissam, is that I really support people who has intelligence to do things, who can use their intelligence in the fields they think they could give more, they could make some changes in the humanity. And there's a lot of examples about people who use their intelligence in some field. There is Mark Zuckerberg, like uni, and there is Coco Chanel. They use their own
But-
intelligence in some field.
But Aya, these names you mentioned previously, don't you think that they studied and graduated from big universities from where they got the intelligence? I mean, it's impossible to improve yourself and improve your intelligence and just be like an intelligent man. Universities really play a big part of practical things on place work. So we can say that there's no any creativity in universities. I mean, it's very impossible to say that.
To be honest, Hussam, the men I mentioned, they are a business men and women who drop out of university, and they are self-made businessmen and women. They choose their creativity and innovation to their work. I don't recommend to drop out of universities or education institutions, but there is some people who have the power and they have the power and the gift to be more creative and have more experience. And there is a lot more a lot more of people who drop out of school and do a lot of amazing and promising work. Like I mentioned before, there is Coco Chanel, there is Mark Zuckerberg, and there is Bill Gates. You know, you all know Bill Gates, and there is Steve Jobs. There are all people who drop out of school. There are self-made people, self-made businessmen and women. Thank you, Hassan.
Thank you. I have Ali who will raise his hand. Yes, Ali.
Yes, I have a question for Nasreen. Would you imagine yourself in a well-known company to be employed into without a big certificate? Would you imagine yourself that? And I have another question which is, what do you think about the educational institution offers that keeps up with the development of 21st century? Those are my questions, and thank you.
For the first question, I think nowadays companies are looking for people who have experience rather than having a certificate. I mean, if we're going to talk about Oman, there are 70,000 job seekers, and most of them have a degree at universities or colleges, but they still don't have a job. And the reason is that they don't have enough experiences. So that means that the certificates, the degree are not enough for people to be employed in companies. Or yeah. And for the second question, can you repeat please, Hadi?
Yes. What do you think about the educational institution offers that keeps up with the development of 21st century?
You mean that you mean the curriculum of the
Yes.
books?
Yes.
I think they should develop or renew the curriculum of schools and universities every like maybe 5 years or something. They have to have a plan to improve their curriculum, because nowadays the world is changing very fast, especially like in intelligent information intelligence or robots, and yeah, in these fields. So we need to have a curriculum that keep up with these updates that's happening in the 21st century. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any other questions? No? Okay, so now it's time for your closing speech. You have 3 minutes. Each team has 3 minutes to prepare a closing speech, and then one of you from the team would be delivering the closing address. All right? So take 3 minutes to prepare your closing remarks.
So they don't have like a bachelor degree, or they only have maybe a diploma degree. So therefore, educational institutions don't give us the, or do not give us the education that we need. Thank you.
Okay, so we are now with MEC, the negative, against.
I respect your point, but I disagree with that because theory is additional as it helps in understanding practical knowledge. A blend of theory and learned knowledge will equip the student or the job applications with the required skills, and college prepare us or prepare students to communicate with others in work environment by voluntary work and works in group to improve our skills in communication.
Oh, okay, I have something to add. She said that assignment are not important in job, but of course your boss are going to ask you to do the work, whether you are working in something you can write, or something you are going to write an essay or something physical or like that, and you are going to be used to it, like working and knowing stuff and rules.
You should have that qualities. You should improve your skills from learning in college and university.
And improve your communication skills to work in group environment.
This assignment make us more practice for this
job. That's our point.
Okay, now just because we have finished with the speakers, individuals. Now we have like 10 minutes rebuttal, like you can say whatever you want to add or comments, or both teams, I think, I guess. So just, yeah.
One of the points that you guys mentioned was communication. I would like to point out that communication could be learned in a lot of other places, not only educational institutions. You can learn communication by visiting other people, talking to other people. It doesn't only stop with educational institutions.
Yes, that's true. But like in college and in schools and institutions, you are going to work with a lot of different people and different opinions. Maybe at the work environment, you won't have that much of diversity. So in college, it's better because you are used to diversity and other opinions. You're more open and more respectful for it, and they can add and change your opinion too.
Also, the environment is very prepared for students to be good.
But a huge part of working place only stops in practical work more than theoretical work that we learn in educational institutions. So therefore, educational institutions no longer prepare us for workplace, because in educational institutions, we take more theoretical material than practical material.
So I respect your point, but how are you going to be practical without being theoretical? You have to learn and read and be more
Practical
educated
learning
in
is
that
different than
subject.
theoretical learning. Practical learning is different. You have to go out and work, but theoretical learning only requires you just to sit and listen to someone. So therefore, there is a difference between these two.
Yes, of course. I'm not saying you are wrong, but how are you going to practice without being even theoretical? And you can do voluntary work. You can practice by yourself. Of course, you are not going to learn everything at college or at work environment. You have to improve yourself by yourself.
How can you be a doctor without learning? How can you be an engineer without learning?
Engineer doesn't stop in theoretical learning. We all know that a lot of educational institutions require you to do practical learning. So This practical learning doesn't stop when you're sitting and that's it. So a lot of people after finishing college, they have to go out to workplaces and just take simple learning courses in practical working. So what was the point of ever going to educational institutions if afterwards you have to do 2 or 3 months of practical learning and going out with people just to see the field of the workplace that you have to go in?
And not to mention that many companies, especially in Oman nowadays, they choose to employ people that have experience more than people who have degrees.
That is not enough. You should learn.
Yeah.
A lot of people have degrees of
You can't
they end up with other.
Can I complete my sentence?
Yes, please.
Okay. If you want to be a doctor without any learning, okay, and you get information from the internet, okay, how are you going to apply that information in the patient?
And also, college gives you internships and job opportunities related to your specialty.
We are not generalizing any major. We are just we are not specifying any major or any job work. We are generalizing educational institutions, which also means schools.
Okay, I respect that, but most jobs need a degree to work in this job.
If you went ahead to someone and you had a degree and you said that is the only thing that I have as an experience, do you think that they will hire you just because of the degree that you have? Don't you think you have to have experience in other workplaces? Even some of the internships that you go in, you have to have experience in it.
Okay, I respect that, but a lot of developed countries is developed because of its educational institutions.
And also colleges and universities give you the experience.
Yes, that is something of the past, but we are talking nowadays. These days, we see that a lot of educational institutions do not give you the proper learning.
Can you explain that? Like, how do you mean it? How it doesn't prepare you?
Well, most of the learning that we do nowadays is just sitting in a chair and listening to someone lecturing us. Practical learning or going out in workplaces and seeing the fields is way more important and way more educational in a lot of experiences. And also there's a lot of psychological studies that confirm that.
There are a lot of voluntary works for that, and you can be when in your major, like 2 or more years, you can be an assistant. You can help. You can like.
Yes, but
another part of the job you are majoring in.
Not out of the educational institution doing these things.
There's a live example of a family member that has a degree already, but is still looking for a job, and he didn't get a job that matches his degree, and he got all of his experience by wandering around and looking for new jobs and experience and trying out new jobs and gaining new skills that he didn't take in college and education institutions.
So if they have a degree and they didn't find a job, how the people without a degree are going to find a job? It will be more impossible for them to find a job.
Experience.
How are they going to have it without working? They wouldn't find work at the first place, in my opinion.
Like we said before, colleges should take the students in real life workplaces.
But still, you should learn to know, to get knowledge also.
You should get knowledge, but most colleges do not provide the experience. That's the problem here.
Not everything about the experience. You should learn how to.
I have something to add also. From where will they get the experience?
Like I said, colleges can provide the experience by taking the students in real life workplaces.
I mean, from where will they get it?
A lot of people have already talked about the fact that what they learn in educational institutions are totally different than what they learn in workplaces. That is just a simple fact that everyone knows when you go ahead and ask someone, how is work going? They will say, oh, it's nothing like I have learned in college. or when someone is in school and went to college, it's nothing like I've learned in school. There are a lot of other like facts and experiences from people that we can see around us, and I'm sure you asked someone about it.
Well, obviously, the college majoring is not the same as the job. You are going to learn a lot when you're working, but also it will help you a lot by degree, by experience in it, working with people and studying. You will have more information.
You can manage your time when it's very pressure with you, and also you get you can get more social skills from being in groups, being with students. You get friends. You get you talk with your teachers. That's you. There you get the experience.
Yes, but these experiences could be experienced in a lot of other places. Could be seen in maybe family gatherings. You can communicate with these people. You can work with a team with them. So educational institutions, when we say they no longer prepare people for workplaces, we are talking about the theoretical side and not the communication. These skills are already in human, like we as humans already have these skills.
Of course, you will have that skills, but it will be more difficult to learn them at first place. College will give you more experience, and there are a lot of jobs that you can get in, even if you have the skills, because they want a specific degree. And we also agree with that. But you are saying they will get a job with experience. How will they get that experience at the first place?
These experiences could be seen in a lot of workplaces that give internships. So what we are saying is that educational institutions, they don't prepare you for workplace as in they don't give you enough experience. This degree that we come out with will prepare us for what we are going to experience in workplaces. They don't tell us how it's going to be. They don't give us enough information about it. How do you say educational institutions prepare us as students that just graduated from high school? How do they prepare us for college?
Teachers, when they study in colleges and universities, the last year study, they go to schools, they teach, they have the chance to teach the students. They give them that chance. They give them that practices.
I think you misunderstood my point. What my point is in school, how did school prepare us for college? Because to me, school was just me sitting and learning, and that's it. In college, it's different.
No, they give you the chance to experience. They give us the experience.
I understood your point. I wanted to add to a point too. You will learn in school that at first, when you get to college, you should have good English and good math and good IT. Okay, you are going to learn all that in school. That's how you get to the college in the first place, and they improve it and try to specify your majoring and let you learn more in it. That's what I'm saying. And I wanted to ask you something you didn't really specify. The experience. How will they get it at the first place? How will they get to the job at the first place without a degree?
Without
some jobs require you to have a degree to work in. You can get experience through reading books, through seeing people, through other people's experiences, even watching YouTube. Today we have a lot of resources to study, to learn. It doesn't only stop in educational institutions. That's before they don't prepare for these things. There are a lot of things to do.
That is not enough at all.
And you always think that practical is not enough. How is it not enough when you can volunteer, you can take a part-time job, and also you can assist your tutors and your majoring teachers?
Is one of the richest people in the 21st century, and he does not have a degree. So how would you explain that?
Because he is creative and smart enough and had more ideas and believed in himself. Not everyone is creative enough to have the chance or have the money or have the people to believe in them.
Yeah.
He didn't
All
have
people are the
he was
same.
just creative and knew how to communicate with people and convince people of his work to pursue his work. How do you think he did that with no degree? That is just a plain fact that work institutions do not prepare candidates for workplaces.
Do you think all people are the same?
No, I don't, but I do think that there are a lot of other people out there that are not prepared to go to workplaces because of the experience that they had in colleges or educational institutions in general that didn't prepare them for, going to workplaces. Some of them don't have jobs because of it. Not a lot of colleges require you to do field work. Some of them just stop in practical work, theoretical, and that's it.
Nowadays, when people finish the college, should they have training and then work in in workplace?
And you said about the richest person without a degree. Well, not everyone has the chance to do that. That's why people go to college in the first place because it gives them a fair chance for everyone,
Yeah.
and it treats everyone the same. And not everyone have great creative idea or something they can do, not to give up on and have enough money to do it.
It's not always about money or the creativity of people. It's about a lot of other things. All people have fair chance to get a good job and to be as rich as Elon Musk if they got the proper education that they needed in educational institutions. If educational institutions adapted what workplace is like, then a lot of people would be prepared.
Well, actually, at first, Elon Musk went to college, and second, I wanted to add that I meant not everyone have. You said like you agree with our point, but not everything about money and creativity and all
I do
that.
not agree with
What
you.
else you can add? Can you give us an example different than these things? And how is everyone is the same and have fair chance without a degree? Not everyone. There are a lot of people that have good relationships that can help them to get into
But
job
not all
or give
people
them
are
money and
then.
all that.
But not all people are then in the same level.
Yeah.
Not not all people are then in the same level. They need to study.
Dr. Sharifa, your mic is off. Should we complete or?
That's just
She is repeating the same points. But it's not
Everybody, good morning and welcome. Can you all hear? Hello?
Yes, but your voice, Mr. Nelson, is not very clear.
Hello, can you hear me?
Are you talking, Nelson?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can't hear you.
Can you hear me? Yes?
No.
Hello? Can you hear? No? Hi, Yash, can you hear me?
Nelson, Anitra's coming to your room.
Hello, Ash? What about now?
It's clear? They put this in the wrong direction, but I cannot hear anybody. Can you say something? Yashmin?
Yeah, Nelson.
But I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Yes, now it's okay. Fine.
Yeah, you can hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe if the others want to just quickly say hi, so just to check Mr. Nelson can hear you.
Hi, sir.
Yeah. It's clear. Sarah, better. Can you say? Okay.
Hello, everyone. Yes, I can hear you very well.
Okay. So could you just introduce yourself and say from which college you are joining? Sarah?
Hello, everyone. We are the team of UTS Nizwa Debates.
Okay.
Yes,
Welcome,
then
Sarah.
okay.
Hi, Fatma. Fatma? Hello, Fatma.
Fatma is a doctor at UTS
Okay.
Nizwa. Yeah.
Okay. Wonderful. Yakiani? Hello, Yakiani.
Hello, Mister. Hello.
Yes.
That's fine.
Could you introduce yourself and say from which college?
UTS Nizwa.
Okay. Welcome, Yakiani. Asma. Hello, Asma. Asma, can you hear me?
Mr. Nilsson,
Yes.
we have three speakers and three
Okay.
students just attending as listeners. Our
Okay.
speakers are Sarah, Mariam, and Yaqeen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Where is Mariam? I can't see Mariam here. Yes, Mariam Saleh Salim.
Here. Hello,
Yes.
sir.
Yes. Okay. So please, Aya, introduce yourself and say from which college.
We are from National University College. Me and my team, Aya, Hamza, and Nasreen, are here to present our college in this humble debate.
Okay. Welcome everybody. Sorry for being a little late.
Mr. Nilsson, I thought we are playing against the CBFS now. Isn't that right?
No, against the National University, Mr. Abdullah.
That's okay. Thank you.
Okay. So before we begin, my name is Mr. Nelson. I'm one of the senior lecturers here at NU. Before we begin, I just would like to remind everybody about the order of speeches. I think it was already sent to you before. So first, the affirmative speaker, then the negative speaker. Again, the second affirmative speaker who needs to rebut the previous speaker and also propose on arguments. Okay. Then again, negative speaker. And the negative speaker also needs to rebut from the previous speaker. The third, affirmative speaker. So after the first affirmative and the first negative, then an affirmative, negative. Always you need to rebut the speaker who left previously. That's the thing that you need to keep in mind. Okay. Towards the end, we have free rebuttal speech time for 10 minutes. And then there will be again a closing speech from each team. Okay. 3 to 2 minutes. 3 minutes to prepare and 2 minutes delivery time. Okay. That would be 5 minutes. Right? Fine. That's fine. 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 Thank you. Yeah. So let me introduce the motion. This House believes that educational institutions no longer adequately prepare people for today's workplace. Okay. We need to decide which team will speak against and which will be the affirmative team. Okay. We will cast lots. So this is, I have written affirmative and negative. Okay. Please come nearby.
Mr. Nelson,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt you, but the motion that you just read was for round one.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
But Miss Yasmin, where this is round two, right? So it's the same motion.
The motion for round two was supposed to be, yeah.
It's the same.
It's the same.
Same.
Okay, let me check that. Okay, so okay, continue, sorry.
Yeah. So I have here the negative and the affirmative written on a piece of paper. Okay. We have Miss Noor here nearby. So she would take on behalf of Niswa College, University, and let's see.
Affirmative.
Okay. So you will present the affirmative side. Just tear it off and take. You will present the affirmative side, and the National University will present the negative side of the motion. Yeah. Yeah. So both the teams, you have another 2 minutes because we are going online, I mean live on YouTube. So for that, it takes 2 minutes. So until then, both the teams can perhaps prepare. You have time to prepare and just sharpen your views for 2 minutes. Abdullah, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, Mr. Nelson, I can hear you.
Yeah. Thank you. I was just checking. Yes, can we start?
Start what?
Start the debate?
I thought you've already started, Nelson.
No, I had to shift to another room.
Yes, please, because the lunchtime is at 12 o'clock.
Okay.
Start
that's
with
fine.
the affirmative speaker one.
Yes. So, who is going to be the first affirmative speaker? Sarah?
It's me, yes. Hello, everyone.
Okay. Please start.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah Suleimani, and I'm the first speaker on the affirmative group. Hold a second, please. Okay, so Bismillah, let's start. College and universities no longer prepare people for workplace. College and university do not really prepare students for the workplace. COVID-19 is a proof as many graduates didn't have any sort of preparation. Um, sorry. Although this is one important risk management skill graduates have to be equipped with. This makes us questions other skills as well. You can add any evidence. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. So, the first speaker from the negative team, let me know the name.
Nasreen.
Who is going to, yes, Nasreen, please start.
I would comment on what she said about the COVID-19 situation. I think that schools provide skills for students. Even through the COVID-19, the schools did their best to teach us through through the internet, although we couldn't go to school. But now I would like to state my argument that colleges and universities give obligatory training for students. For example, geoscience students go every semester to an educational field trip and they apply what they've learned in that trip. Also, in addition, colleges and universities require last year projects. For instance, there were two students from the German university. They were architecture students. Won the best project for their villa design project, and it was bought by real client. As a result, these trainings and projects give students enough experience and knowledge that qualifies them to get a job very easily. Thank you. That's it.
Okay. So thank you, Nasreen, for your rebuttal as well as the speech. I call upon the second speaker from the affirmative. May I know the name?
Mariam Saleh al-Riyami.
Yes, Mariam. You can start.
I can see your point, Nisreen, but I don't really agree with you. You mentioned that they're a training. What's the point of being a training which there is no jobs Also, you say the training semester trip and the projects. According for the Ministry of Labor, there is around 65,000 of registered people, and the job seekers are in this ministry, and they waited for a jobs, but because they training, but they don't get the good experience, they don't get the good skills. So yeah, there is a lot of this number, and the number of these registered and the job seekers are increasing. Thank you.
Okay, Mariam. Let me just remind you that you can speak up to 5 minutes, each of the speakers. Okay, so utilize the time to the best, to the maximum. Right. So we have the third speaker
Yes.
from the affirmative.
I would like to
May I know the name? May I
My
know the name?
I am
And-
Muhammad
Yeah, second
Najaf.
speaker from the negative. Second speaker from the negative. Yes? Aya?
I would like to respond about what Maryam said. I think Maryam practicing is an essential rule to be work prepared. So when you said there is a lack of work and jobs, do you mean that if there is a lack of work or job opportunities, that mean people need to give up in life, give up in trying, experience things, just sit up in the house because there is no jobs? They need to encourage themselves, they need to seek for jobs opportunities. It's not about only jobs, it's about opportunities. They need to found them a unique thing or a special qualification that they are known as something modern life seek and want. Now I want to talk about my argument. In an age of in an age of job evaluation, workplaces nowadays are looking for a certain qualifications, that educational institutions work so hard to found these qualifications and provide them to their students so they could pave them the pace to do their hard work and to found their special and unique skills, so they could pave their own ways and paces in modern life. We know that modern life is known as a speed, known for its speed. It's a life, or it's a life where it's a life where students need to work so hard, not only in academic pace. It's also need to be in creative way, in innovation pace, because college certificates nowadays being a commonplace. So students need to do their hard work, and the educational institutions, they're doing their best. And there is a lot of researches and surveys that shows that universities are trying to pave the pace of its students to do hard work and give them opportunities to establish their own work if they didn't find it. Like you said, Miriam, there's a lack of jobs, but students, after learning in educational institutions, they could pave their own ways. And there is a research that said, that's written actually by MC Gray, Hill Education, that said that 60% of college seniors feel sure about pursuing their own career after graduating. That means that colleges and educational institutions have made a really great job, and plus they do a lot of job galleries and scientific galleries that encourage students to show their talents and what they could do in in this modern speed life, and it helped them to fly their wings up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Aya. So I call upon the third speaker from the affirmative team, Yakiani.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yaqeen, yes, Muhammad.
yeah.
First, don't change the topic. You say we hard work, but this we want to get skills from university. I understand what you're trying to say. However, I have to disagree with your here. According to 50% of males and 60% of females graduating from higher university education is instituting in Oman struggle to find job, and this is due to lack of experience. These students spend a lot of years on college or university, but what is the point of experience, which is an essential part at workplace, is missing.
Are you done, Yakiani?
Yes, Mister, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have the last speaker from the negative team, Hamza.
Yes, Yaqeen said.
Hamza, sorry,
Can I
let me
start?
just interrupt. Yeah, can you remove your mouse?
Okay, sorry. So Yaqeen said that what's the percentage of men, of job seekers from men is 50% and 60% on women. But the topic is that educational institutions are no longer preparing people for workplaces. So that's away from the topic. Job seekers is a government thing. And the point or the argument I'm going to raise is that educational institutions give students more experience and enhance their skills, such as they do some projects on in schools and different clubs, such as poetry club and art clubs and science clubs. These clubs will help students on the practical side, and when students see physically things and use them with their own hands, they can more and more develop their skills that they can use on workplaces. And according to Al Khair magazine, school clubs have been established from 2003. So that's a long period of time that school have established and introduced clubs to students that students can use as an advantage for their practical side that will help them to be better at their workplaces. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Okay. So now we have time for free rebuttal. That means, the points that each team, have raised, you can speak against. Okay, make mention those points, and you can speak against those points now.
Mr. Nasser, can you please give students some time to prepare their ideas?
Okay, that's fine.
Sorry, it's just a free rebuttal.
Yeah, but I think we are still on time,
Yeah.
Cash. So it's okay.
All right. It's up to you.
Okay. So welcome back, everybody. I suppose you are ready with your points. Okay. So let's start. If you want to speak, please raise your hand. Okay. Yes, Hamza.
Yes, I have a question for Mariam.
Yes.
She said, responding to Nasreen, that what's the point of experience if there are no jobs? And she went all the way south against far from the topic. The topic is saying that educational institutions are no longer preparing people for workplaces. So they are. She said that she proved that the people are gaining experience from workplaces. But she said that what's the point of gaining experience if there is no jobs?
Okay, it did not be Mariam. Anyone from the team can reply. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Yes, Yakani. Yakin, are you going to speak?
Yes, Mr.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't agree never for your point. Training, if the training is enough for students, they got high we go. The training is not enough too much for students. Want to a lot of experience and more skills to get high go.
Yes, and they'll gain this experience from education institutions, either schools or colleges. As I mentioned before, clubs on a specific and variety of majors.
Okay. Yes, Sarah. Yes, Sarah.
Oh, okay, so I'm just going to answer for Hamza's point. You were talking about trips and clubs, and they are
Yes.
connected to the chances to be required to get a job. Well, there's no direct link between being joining or being in clubs and getting a job fast. There's no any connection and no
I
survey
didn't
about
say
this.
there's a connection,
Well,
direct connection, but he will gain and develop his practical things on these clubs. I didn't say that if you are working, if you joined a photography club, you will work in a certain place. If you join a reading club, you will be a writer. No, he will gain these experiences by joining these clubs.
so you think gaining these experiences will help him getting a
Yes,
job? No,
yes, it
there's
will.
no connection. There's no connection between gaining these skills and having the skills, sorry, the job faster. There's no any connection. And also to mention, this is exactly the point. While modern lifestyle require enhanced training, university are not meeting this expectation as we observed during the past years. The number of requirements has decreased. There is many students who graduate and can't find jobs. The closest evidence and example is Oman. There is many students who are unemployed and they don't have work to get. So this is a main reason and a main evidence.
Okay. Yes, Nasri.
I want to respond to Sarah. She said that there is no relation between experience and getting a job, but nowadays most of the companies or all the companies they're looking for experience. They wouldn't hire a person with zero experience and zero training. It's really hard nowadays, especially if we're talking about Oman. Most of companies like right now they're only looking for certificates and experiences, previous experiences and trainings. And they mentioned that about the job seekers. I think this is not the educational institution problem. It's more of about, I think, government, because there are no enough companies to employ these graduates. But I think there is no relation between not finding a job and the education institution.
Okay, Aya.
I want to question both Sarah and Yaqeen. What makes you confident that educational institutions are responsible of providing jobs for the graduated students? It's not their jobs. Their jobs is to give them education, to give them the power, the strength to be creative, to making things in their ways, to base their ways in their workplaces or work forces, and you are complaining about the lack of jobs. Lack of jobs in Oman is an economical an economical an economical an econom an economical issue that it's concern the state of the country. It's not about educational institutions jobs, like I said before.
Okay. Yes, Sarah, would you like to speak?
Yes. So if I want to answer for both of your questions, Nasreen, at first, you mentioned that we talk about the experience. Well, experience are not found in university and educational organization. Well, they find them outside the university. So clearly, universities and those education places are not preparing their student to live their experiences or to have experiences in their workplace. So they're not prepared at all. Aya, I understand your point, but I'm sorry, I disagree with you. There is economic is not connected. The main reason, the base that they get, and the students they learn only the materials. They don't learn the technical things. That they are not prepared at all for being on the workplaces.
Okay, that's fine. So Farah, you can either ask a question as a part of the flow or you can make a comment, but you cannot speak because you were not part of the original team. Okay, Farah?
Mr. Can you
Mr.
respond to
Mariam,
Sarah?
Pardon?
Mr. Mariam, I want to respond to Nisreen. I can
So
see.
hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. You are speaking instead of Mariam?
I lost my connection in my laptop, so I use my friend's laptop. I want to respond to
So
Nisreen.
hold on. So are you Mariam or Farah?
Mariam.
Mariam.
It's
Okay, Mariam.
my laptop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I want to respond to Nisreen. She said the companies in our country, they need for certificates, they need for experience and skills. Okay, then if we go and have a look for the companies, we can see the employees on that companies. Most of them are actually they for 70% they are from foreigners. So where the experience? We can get the experience. Omani employees or Omani students, they don't have the experience because the universities, colleges, they didn't prepare them. They didn't give them the experience, the skills, and that prove. And the new that companies, the foreigners have that experience and skills which Omani employees didn't have it, and they still wait for a jobs. Thank you.
I want to respond to Farah.
Okay.
Okay, she said that most companies don't get or work in their places the ones who has certificate and experience. Then who they are working on their companies. At least educational institutions has different types and variety of let's say equipments for each subject, for each major. Let's say, for example, an engineering major. He has a lab, he has different equipments in the educational institution, which is the university, to prepare him for workplaces and to avoid the dangers he's going to make on when he work in an engineering company. And these labs and tools help him in workplaces, and that will help him in the practical side, as I said. And thank you so much.
Okay, fine, Hamza. Yes, Nasri, you can express your views.
So I want to respond to Mariam. I've already talked about how educational institutions provide enough experience for students through trainings or last year projects, and this all gives them enough experience to qualify them for the job. I've already mentioned that before.
Okay.
Okay, then you say they get the experience from college and university. So why they don't give them the job? Why there are a lots of them in?
Well, it's up to the government. It's not up to the
Hold on,
education
Hamza.
institution.
Hold on, Hamza. Let Mariam speak.
Okay, sorry.
Let me speak. Yeah, so
Yes,
if we
Mariam.
see for that companies, all of them or most of them, they are foreigners. Maybe the experience is not enough. You say they get the enough experience, the enough skills from the universities and colleges, but actually it's a proof that they didn't get that jobs. A lot of them foreigners, not Omani students. That's all.
Okay, yeah, Hamza. We have 2 more minutes. Hold on a minute. We have 2 more minutes for the free rebuttal. Okay. So yes, Hamza.
Well, I responded to you to this point that it's not up to the educational institutions. It's off the topic. It's up to the government to work these people in these companies. And they actually gain their experiences from universities. So they gain the experience, they avoid the dangers they are going to make on workplaces, and the lack of jobs and job seekers is up to the government. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Hamza. Yes, Aya.
Me, Mr.
Hold on, Yakia. Yakia,
I
please hold on. Yeah,
I strongly agree with my mate Hamza in his point of view. It's a country, state, or a government work to provide jobs. Us, as students, we should seek for education, seek for experience, seek for unique things that we could do. So we could pace and pave our ways in this modern life, like I said before.
Okay, that's fine. Yes, Akiani, that would be the last rebuttal speech.
If it is not, I won't say repeat for Hamza. If it is not college responsibility to give students job, then why do they teach them? I think they don't prepare them enough. That's all. That's all, Mr. Thank you.
Okay, so now we hold on for.
Can I have a point?
Yes, Mariam, the last one. Okay,
Yes.
after this, hold on, Mariam. So after this, we'll have again a break for 3 minutes, and then we'll have a closing speech. Okay. Okay. Yes, Mariam. Continue.
Let's say the universities and colleges are belong for the government. Okay, we know universities and colleges for the government. So why the government don't support the universities and colleges and give them more helps to improve the students' experience and skills? It's belong for the government. From where we get our universities and colleges, just from the government. So yeah, government also, she's also the response of get or give supports for that universities and colleges.
Okay, that's fine. So thank you both speakers from negative and affirmative team. So we have a break for 3 minutes. Meanwhile, you can prepare for your closing speech. Okay. Are the team members ready? Okay. Yes. Now for the closing speech. Yes. It's just very quick. And you can raise your hands to start. Who's going to start? You can raise your hand. Yes, Marie.
If that was the case of everyone encourage and teach themselves, so and give experience for self, so what the point of have universities and colleges? Also, we strongly believe that our situations are not doing their jobs. Why we still have job seekers? Also, the least skills and least experience for the students of our situations, also because of the pandemic. Thank you.
Can I start, Mr.?
Yes, Aya.
At the end, me and my team are strongly believe that, and we are strongly believe with our points and what we have said and support every word we have said. And we want to say that as students who are being preparing themselves to join workforces, we thought that universities really doing its hard work to provide us with knowledge, with production skills, and even with the innovation, the encouragement to be more creative, and strengthen our abilities. It has its progress to strengthen us to face or to bathe our wings and fly. And colleges doing really hard work in giving us as students to find our purposes, and teaching us how to find to know the basics the basics of the majors that we are gonna join the field that we are gonna join in the future. And the universities and colleges outline us as students to learn, outline us what we learn and what we learn for, and providing us with a lot of work integrates and fostering collaboration.
Okay, that's fine. Yes, Sarah.
I just want to talk about the point that Aya said. Well, saying an opinion is easy, but proving a fact is hard. She's talking about an opinion. You can't say an opinion or your point of view while you are talking about the case.
Sarah, I really respect.
Hold on, Aya. That's fine. Your time is over. Yes. Who else would like to speak? Someone else from your team can support you or oppose the other person during the closing speech. Who would like to speak next? Are you done? Yes, Aya. Then I give you another chance to speak.
Okay, Sarah, like you said before, can you repeat it again? I forgot.
You say the opinion. You can't mention a point of view while you're talking about the case. It's easy to have an opinion, but it's hard to prove it. Or prove a fact.
I really agree with you, but I'm not talking about an opinion. I agree with you that stating that opinions are not related to our reality life, but to be more specific, I'm not saying only an opinions. I'm telling a facts. that colleges really doing a hard work, and there's a lot of
Hold a second, Aya, please.
Hold on. No, Sarah. Let her continue.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, I'm sorry.
You didn't understand, you don't you? I say I'm not agreeing with you against me. I'm agreeing that that opinions are something imaginable, but I'm not only saying my opinions. I'm telling facts that college is really doing hard work, and it's providing a lot of opportunities of its students. And there's a lot of rise up students who succeed in their life by their colleges and universities supports.
Okay.
Hi, Mr.
Yes, Yakini.
I want to repeat for Aya. You say it's fact. Can you give me evidence? Where from you get this point? It's not real one.
It's
Okay, sorry. I must interrupt, Aya. There is no time for rebuttal now. This is a closing speech. Okay? Rebuttal should have been a little before. It's a closing word. Yes, from Nasreen or Hamza and Mariam, if you have, I think Mariam spoke a closing word. Okay, so that's fine. So that comes to the end of the debate. Okay, let us allow us some time to calculate the score, and we'll come back again after 3 minutes. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Our results are ready. Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, Mr.
Yes, Nasrin Hamzan. Yes.
What's up?
Okay. Okay. So let me just hear from you. How did you feel? Is this for your first time to do a debate? Now our debate is over. You're free to speak.
Yeah, it's our first time to do the debate, and we are glad, and it's our pleasure to representing our university. And I hope me and my mates do a great job to represent our NU in a great picture or
Okay.
image.
Okay, that's fine. Yes. Anyone else would like to say a word?
It was a good experience and a
Okay.
good battle, but I think we win.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Abdullah, could you say something?
Yes, Mr. Nelson.
Yeah.
It's actually very good to see all these students battling one of the very critical issues nowadays, unemployment. I think both teams did a good job. Okay. And they, as they said, it's a good experience for all of them. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Any other faculty from NISBA? Would you like to, Ms. Fatima and Ms. Asma, would you like to say a word?
Yes, I would like to thank you for the opportunity you provided for the students. They were able to have sufficient enough amount of time to prepare themselves, and it was a very good opportunity for them to learn the argumentation and giving rebuttals and the process of going through a debate, which is going to be very beneficial for them in the future. So we look forward to other opportunities in the coming semesters to have other students prepare themselves for such an event. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Abdullah. Thank you, Ms. Fatima. Yes. So before I announce your grades and the winner, I mean, one of the key skills that we would like to, I mean, this is also part of Oman National Framework. I mean, their vision that students prepare themselves with lots of research and evidence. Okay. So I think both the teams did well, but your research could have been a little more deep. Okay. And also a little more focused on what exactly is the topic. Okay. So a little more deep research would have given you a little more focus, I think, for both the teams to speak well. And you did have enough time too. Okay. But otherwise, it was nice team effort. Both the teams have been trying to be persuasive and effective about presenting your points as well. Okay, so rebutting an opinion is not necessarily just opposing, but at the same time, along with your opposition, you must also be able to present your own original ideas for that. Okay, so for all that, I think a little more deeper research would have prepared both the teams well. So having said this, both the teams have done well. You have given, or the opportunity given to you, you have utilized well. And here are the scores. The Niswa University has a total of 30 points out of 40. And the National University has 35 points. Okay, so this house believes that the motion is not carried out, it's defeated. Okay, so the National University team is the winner, would move on to the final. Congratulations, National University.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. First of all, we'd like to say congratulations to the championship teams, GU Tech and National University of Science and Technology. Congratulations to you both for reaching the championship round. As we reach this round, we'd like to thank all of the participating teams from today's event, including the University of Technology and Applied Sciences at NISWA, Middle East College, and International College of Engineering and Management, as well as Al-Zahra College for Women. The Oman National Framework of Future Skills report in 2021 summarizes Oman's future skills into 3 sets: practical skills, basic skills, and technical skills. These skills are also known as employability skills. As leaders, entrepreneurs, and employers, the judges are being asked to judge foundation students and the future of Oman through this debate competition today. So we here at National University of Science and Technology strongly believe in the importance of academic debating skills as an integral part of learning and development, in par with the graduate attributes and employability skills in Oman. So, therefore, it gives us great pleasure to welcome our competing teams, GU Tech and National University, as well as our judges on the judging panel. In no particular order, we have with us today Mr. Rabi Nasser, who is a veteran with over 20 years of experience in the hospitality sector. And Mr. Rabi is the general manager of Ramada Encore in Muscat, the largest and trendiest full-service Encore hotel in the MEA region, catering to business and leisure travelers across the globe. We also have with us Mr. Sameh Al-Wahabi, more than 15 years of experience in the corporate communication field in banking and oil and gas sectors. Mr. Sameh is the head of communication and corporate sustainability at HSBC Bank in Oman. And we also have Ms. Asma Al-Rayani, who is a passionate writer, bookworm, history enthusiast. Ms. Asma is a radio presenter, stand-up comedian, and a member of the Oman Comedy Central. At this time, I'd like to ask, would any of the judges like to say a few words about themselves or offer any encouragement to our competing teams?
Hi, everyone. This is Rabi. I just want to say good luck to the competing teams. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabi.
Well, hello, this is Esma, and good luck to the team, and hopefully we will have a nice little debate.
Thank you, Asma.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Again, good luck to all the teams, and I can say that I'm here as much to learn as much as to judge, actually, and I hope I'll be able to learn a lot from the competitors today. Thank you.
Thank you to all of our judges. At this time, I'd like to hand the floor over to our chair, Ms. Yashmin, who will chair the championship round debate with you. Best of luck to all.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello. A special welcome to our teams and our judges. Teams, are you ready? So I would like to invite one member of each team to pick a color. You may pick blue or green. So let's begin with GU Tech.
Green.
Okay, GU Tech is choosing green and NU is blue. So green is negative and blue is affirmative. I'll repeat that. Blue is affirmative, so NU By now, most of you are familiar with the order of speeches, but for the benefit of our guests who've just arrived now and for our judges, I'll just run through the order of speeches. So we'll begin with speaker one on the affirmative side. After speaker one completes their speech, speaker one on the negative team will rebut the previous speaker and propose arguments against the motion. Following which, speaker two on the affirmative will propose arguments to support the motion while rebutting the previous speaker. This follows until everyone has made their first speeches. Then we come to the rebuttal round, where teams will have 10 minutes to challenge each other, question each other, and try to weaken each other's arguments. In the final phase, both teams will be given 3 minutes to prepare a closing argument. After which, the judges will be given some time to discuss and calculate their scores before we announce the winner. Okay, so let's begin. Our teams, are you ready?
We're ready.
Great.
Yes, already, miss.
Before we begin, may I ask all the speakers to turn their cameras on? Great. The championship round motion is the following. This House believes that under today's current economic climate, entrepreneurship is the best solution to unemployment. We will begin with speaker one on the affirmative. Speaker one, please. You may start.
Welcome, everybody. I am from NU team. Today, me and my team are leading the affirmative motion. I want to talk about the entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is the meaning of entrepreneurship is the activity of setting up your own business willingly to take all the financial risks and doing the challenging work to establish your own work. By refer and entrepreneurship referring to the concept of developing and managing business ventures in order to get your profit without relying on other employers or other work providers. You are the provider of your own work. Basically, entrepreneurship is the willingness, like I said before, is the willingness to start a new business from the start, from the first style of it. Entrepreneurship Entrepreneurship is owning your own business instead of working for others and dealing with your own problems and dealing with all the obstacles that the founders and employers might get in. So you are strength yourself to be an effective part of the community. And to be more specific, entrepreneur can be or entrepreneur must be able to wear all the hats and work effectively to produce a genuine work or genuine business that he is responsible of it. And there is a lot of statistics that shows that entrepreneurship or entrepreneur are doing great in Oman, or the entrepreneurship concept is rising up or promising in Oman. According by Athir, that number of businessmen in Oman has been increasing to 23%. And there's a lot of examples of businessmen and businesswomen in Oman who established their own companies from the first style to the top. And the according name is there is Qais Al-Khanji, is an Omani businessman who established his own company, which called or he is an entrepreneur, the founder of Qais Enterprise Trading, and his second company called Genis International. And we have the CEO of ePhone, an Omani establisher who found his own work, and the CEO called Rashid Al Ansari, who has the company that name Mersel Company. Thank you.
Thank you, Aya. Speaker one on the negative team, you may state your points and rebut. Aya.
Now, while what Aya here has mentioned, that entrepreneurship does give you all the profit, but there's also a massive risk of losing everything that you own due to you taking the massive risk that is entrepreneurship, and therefore causing a massive entry barrier of you going bankrupt if you do not reach the highest, like the least amount of money invested into such a business. And since it is all on your own business providing and giving and making lots of business to yourself, it can prove to show a very unstable amount of income that can come towards you. So, and it can prove to be very detrimental for the people that need to pay off mortgages and the people who need to pay off their loans and multiple other issues concerning money and actually starting the business. And lots of businesses have ended up failing. Multiple businesses have ended up just going completely bankrupt, such as the restaurant chain DC, I think it's called. It was in Quram and has ended up closing. And that is proof of there being a lack of a lack of investment and lack of ability to see what the majority of people in Oman or in other countries need. They don't look at what they need and what they want from entrepreneurs. So it can cause bankruptcies and other issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusuf. Let's move on to affirmative speaker two. Again, you will propose your arguments and rebut, Yusuf.
Okay, so I want to respond to Yusuf. He said that the companies or the businesses might lose. But if we're going to talk about Oman, the government help the businessmen or businesswomen with money. They give them money to start their companies, or their own companies, or their own businesses. So I think the money problem is not a big issue here. And I want to state my argument that businesses help reduce the rate of unemployment. We got many businesses here in Oman. If we're going to, for example, we've got Oman Mall, which was opened in 2021, and it's provided job opportunities for citizens, for around 500 job for them. Also, I have an Omani business, which is Tamdan, and it's really famous nowadays. They provided like 100 job opportunity for Omanis. Also, we've got many different businesses like food trucks, which people depend their money. They take it as an income for them. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nasreen. Speaker 2 on the negative.
I would like to start by replying to some of the opponents' claims. First of all, I do agree that the government does give a certain amount of money to entrepreneurs. However, it is not enough. And I recall my opponent saying this specific phrase, money is not an issue. I argue that money is always an issue, because if you look at the topic at hand, if entrepreneurship really is the best solution to unemployment, we are talking about unemployed people. Unemployed people need money first and foremost. They have families to take care of. They have mortgages to pay off. They have health expenses they need to take care of. And while the government does provide enough money, you have to understand the fact that going into a business where you are the sole creator of it and you are almost always the sole investor of it, it's going to take you years and years to break even, let alone get a profit. So it's a big drain on your money. Furthermore, my opponent's example of Oman Mall, I'd say Oman Mall is not an example of entrepreneurship at all. Majid Al-Fataim, the owner of Oman Mall, is not a small startup. He has big enterprises that are present in many countries worldwide. Furthermore, to support our argument, I would say that a really good point for our argument is that when you are going as an entrepreneur, starting your own business, you have to realize that you are not getting any of the benefits you are going to get from a large corporation. You are not getting any bonuses. You are not getting any health insurance. And on top of that, your salary is not probably going to cover enough of your day-to-day expenses for years to come. And furthermore, you have to realize that burnout is a massive issue in entrepreneurship. As entrepreneurs go into work, they have the sole responsibility of their entire company on their hands. It is not enough for them, it wouldn't be possible for a person to go through that while also needing support. As such, most, if not all, but most entrepreneurs end up burning out after a few years. And you have to realize that if this owner of this specific company burns out, they are not going to produce the highest quality of work. If they do not produce high quality work, nobody's going to purchase their product or service. As such, the company is going to fail, and everybody they are employing is also going to get salary cuts and furthermore. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much, Adnan. And now let's take it to speaker 3 on the affirmative.
Yes, thank you so much. So first of all, I want to respond to Adnan's point that you are risking all of your money to in an entrepreneurship project. But the thing is that you are not risking all of your what things you own, as Yusuf said, using everything you own. So you are not using everything you own. You can use it as a backup. You have a lot of projects and jobs used as a backup. And according to the Arab Trade Union magazine, said that there are 50% in Oman, 50% of men are unemployed and 70% of women are unemployed. So being the leader of your own business and having the control of it is the best thing you can do in these circumstances. And there are a lot of job seekers and nowadays here, especially in Oman. And working depending on the work you are given by the government, it's like a gamble. You are gambling on the situations. You're depending on the situations. So if the situations are good, you're going to be in a good situation and in a good position. But if the situations are not good, you're going to be unemployed. And I'm going to give an example. For example, Oman's airline. During COVID, Oman's airline has unemployed lots of pilots or trainers that already has been trained and accepted as pilots, but they're like they didn't get them to Oman's Airlines officially, so they are now unemployed. So depending on the situations, you are like a gamble, as I said. And another example is Wadi Al-Gizi company. It's an electronic company in Sohar. It has closed officially because of the burnout, as you said. And having your own business and, as I said, leading it is the best solution for unemployment. Thank you so much.
Thanks for that, Hamza. And now we will move to speaker 3 on the negative.
I'm going to have to agree with Hamza because I think entrepreneurship is the biggest gamble here. We have people who probably didn't even study business, opening up businesses without prior experience. They are going to face backlash from doing this because they don't have enough money because they are unemployed. So where are they going to get the money from? So keeping that into consideration, as mentioned before with the previous speakers, the government does support small businesses and enterprises, but if the business ends up failing and they are not able to pay back the debts or the loans taken from governments and other financial institutes, the financial institute itself will face burden and will have to end up firing other people, leaving more people unemployed, and the cycle continues on and on as it goes. I feel like there are other solutions that can help unemployment rather than taking a huge risk in entrepreneurship. Like, for example, instead of firing employees because the salaries can't be met, they can shorten work hours so that they get paid less rather than having a large number of people who are unemployed. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to the next phase of the debate. So everybody has spoken now, everybody has given their first speeches and attempted to rebut their previous speakers. The second phase, you have 10 minutes to engage in a free rebuttal with your opponents. While there is no particular order in terms of who speaks first, I would urge you to maintain respect, respect turn takers and the overall decorum of the event. Anyone can start.
I have a question. The third speaker in the opposing team had a point that in the quarantine and when COVID-19 first hit, Oman Airlines suffered massive losses and they had to let go of a lot of workers. That is a good point. However, how do you respond to the fact that at the same time, a lot of entrepreneurs went out of business? If you look around Muscat, you're going to see so many closed restaurants, so many closed clothing shops, so many closed retailers. That is all simply because of the pandemic that had happened. And on the other hand, you see a lot of people working in big corporations such as banks and financing companies and auditing companies retaining their jobs, because during the pandemic we went through an economic crisis, so we needed those jobs. So how does my opponent reply to that, to the fact that more entrepreneurs lost jobs than people working in stable corporate jobs?
Yes, but if we compare the government official jobs to the entrepreneurships, we'll see a difference that lots of government workers has lost their jobs. But if we compare it to the entrepreneurships, let's say, for example, online apps, there are a lot of online apps have succeeded in during COVID-19, such as Talabat. The percentage has decreased of the app downloading, so they has an advantage of this situation to improve their wealth on this app. Thanks so much.
I understand where you're coming from. However, if you look at statistics provided by the World Economic Forum, it says that 40% of all entrepreneurs worldwide have lost their jobs during the quarantine, compared to a maximum of 15% of people working in corporate jobs. So it seems to me personally and our team that it is a simple fact that corporate jobs just tend to be more stable. And at the same time, we are looking at unemployed people. Entrepreneurship might be a good option for people who already have a stable source of income. They already have the capital to start this. However, given that this topic is about unemployed people, we have to go into this assuming that unemployed people do not have enough resources and capital to spend years and years worth of their savings into a project that might not end up panning out. And that's all.
Adnan, I am agreeing with your point that stable jobs are there are more comfortable for workers themselves. I have no doubt. But entrepreneurship is an opportunity for people who are curious, people who want to not be relying on other people, and to ease the concern that Yusuf said about the entrepreneurship work or project that entrepreneur might cause him a great damage. I want to ensure you that our Oman government has do a massive job in this aspect. Even our government has established a new ministry called Work Ministry, like you all know. In 2020, the first ministry in its kind in Oman was established to support people, help them to organize their thoughts and their deeds, so they could be well organized when they are establishing their own businesses and make a profit. And to make a profit or to be an entrepreneur, you should be wise enough. And our government try its hard to help its people to be more wise and knowledgeable about this aspect. She established a lot of focals it's established a lot of organizations that might help its citizens to establish their own businesses and support them and the government even invest in their work and give them a time and place where they could use their ideas and invest it in real life. Thank you.
While you do have a point, it helps the curious people that want to discover their futures and whatnot in their business. But though curiosity is good, it can also give you backlash. It can also cause you. We are talking about unemployed people here. We aren't talking about people who have stable incomes that can start their business on their own. As you see with unemployed people, they do not have income. They're looking for something safe, something easy to get money, something to feed themselves, something they can lean on to survive on. And as you may know, as a student, you are unemployed. And when you want to start working, you're not going to start your own business and start a restaurant right off the bat. You're going to start off in a smaller business. You're going to start part-time, and then you're going to go full-time. And that's when you have a stable amount of income, then you will start your own business. That isn't going from unemployment to entrepreneurship.
I really respect your point, Yusuf, but I want to say that entrepreneurship, we are talking about the concept of entrepreneurship, not about the people who could do it or people who couldn't do it. We talk about the concept that is promising, the concept that it's worldwide. It's not an easy concept to talk about. And to be honest, entrepreneurship is really a tough decision to take. So people need to be wise if they want to be an entrepreneur, and of course he need to have an income. But like I said previously, that our country is helping its people to provide them their income so they could manage well their own businesses. Thank you.
Also, I want to mention that the most successful businessmen and women nowadays, they started from nothing. They just used their talents and their abilities and to start up a business. Even here in Oman, like people just started at their house, their homes, for example, cooking or something, and then they ended up opening restaurants or any other, businesses.
While you are correct about entrepreneurship as a concept is very good, we are currently talking about entrepreneurship as an answer to unemployment. And in that case, it is simply not the answer. Sure, many big businessmen may be amazing and have been entrepreneurs and have gone on without studying or whatnot, but they're also started off with jobs. They've started off with stable incomes and then started their business. As an unemployed person, you cannot simply go from being unemployed to being a completely successful entrepreneur. Thank you.
To add on to that point, there was research done on this, in fact, and they researched entrepreneurs, people who started their business from the ground up and developed it into something really big. And they found that 1.5% of these people were unemployed people. The rest were all people who had a stable source of income or they had inherited some kind of money. As in, they already started with a significant amount of capital. While the opposing team seems to be very concerned about lofty ideas and concepts, we're here to talk about reality. And the reality is, entrepreneurship is not the best solution to unemployment, no matter what you do. Because for a fact, you need money to start a company. And you're going to need a lot of money throughout the years. And yes, while I agree with my opposing team that the government, our government, does support entrepreneurs, you have to realize that the financial support isn't that high. Most support from the government is by ideas. So you have an idea, you take it to the government, they try to help you with it. However, the capital is still on you no matter what you do. They might help you with loans, they might help you with opportunities to get land. But the bottom line stays the same. If you don't have the capital, you do not have the capital. And unemployed people do not have capital. That's a fact of life.
Adnan, what makes you sure that people want to be CEOs of a huge companies at the start? They will start from the scratch, from the small businesses that that doesn't require a lot or massive amount of money. So don't be concerned about this aspect. We here talk about the entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is a wild field where people could enter it and start from a variety of fields to join these concepts. And our government, like I said before, our government are really supporting this concept of entrepreneurship. It's a promising thing. It start, like I said, it established the new work ministry in 2020. It's just 1 year. So it's something promising. We need to wait to see what is the progress and the progress that will be happen, and we will see it after amount of years. We need time. Time can solve. I don't say that entrepreneurship is something easy. Like I said before, it's something tough. It's need hard decisions. It need a well-organized ideas and thoughts. And our country, Oman really support entrepreneurship, and and it's pave our ways and basis to go in the steps to be at the top and help us in this aspect. Thank you.
So I'm going to just have to interrupt you there, guys, for a sec. Aya and Adnan, great going. But would anybody else in your teams like to say? We've got a few more minutes. So please feel free. All speakers can make their points now.
Okay, by hearing your argument, is entrepreneurship really the best solution to unemployment, or is it maybe just a propaganda by the government to kind of avert the gaze for where the economic problems are coming from?
It's an obvious solution that had been made after a long time of thinking. If you have any other solutions rather than entrepreneurship, could you share it with us? Because I think entrepreneurship is something promising. If you have other thoughts and ideas, may you share it with us? Thank you.
Yes, actually, I can share it with you. By shortening work hours for employees and companies where they can't provide salaries anymore, they're going to decrease the amount of salary an employee gets, okay, so that they can avoid having to fire people and leaving them jobless out of the blue.
Okay, you have a point, but how you are gonna convince the workers who have their stable salaries to be reduce their salaries if they are willing to work over hours and take their salaries they used to take it? We are in modern life, and modern life required us more spending. How you even thought about required another employer to reduce his salary when we are in modern life? It's a rise. How I say, everything in modern life start to rise up. How you could say to an employer, now we are gonna reduce your time hours and we are gonna reduce your salary? How you are gonna convince that worker? It won't be fair to them.
Okay, so when a person is faced with two options, which is getting a lesser amount of money per month or being completely fired, I think they're going to choose the latter option. They're going to choose the option for shortening the hours of work to get a living. Because if they resort to the other option, which is unemployment, and then go into entrepreneurship, it's going to take them a long time for them to have stable jobs. And also, with entrepreneurship, people focus solely on themselves, and they basically wear all the hats, as we mentioned in the beginning of the debate. They have to do everything on their own, so they're not going to be able to provide salaries for employees at the very start. So basically, they're just helping themselves, not everyone around them. So it's not going to magically just solve unemployment. It's just going to take a very long time for them to form their enterprise into a corporate or a company, for them to have enough money to pay for their employees.
I want to ask you, is it your own opinion or a fact? What you have suggested right now.
Sorry,
what you have said right now, do you consider it as an opinion or a fact?
I'm gonna have to say it's a fact, because it's very logical. If someone does not have money, they are going to take a very long time to collect all that money by starting their enterprise or a business. And obviously, you can't just get money overnight. You're going to have to work hard for it. So logically, it will take time for people to, build their empire.
I hope you excuse me, but what is your proof? I want to prove. There is nothing without any live proof. Sorry. So I would consider it as an opinion, not a fact, because reality, like we said, is in a huge or massive change, and it's require us to spend more, make more efforts, and most people who are working, they are in their younghood or adulthood, where they could give more, and they deserve to have a high salary like others.
Yes, but when they are faced with two harsh options, whether to decrease their salary or to get no salary at all, I think people will choose the decrease in salary, because how are you going to be able to afford basic necessities in your day-to-day life if you don't have any money? and maybe from that money they can maybe even start their own business. Yeah, sure, but it's still not going to just solve unemployment just like that.
To be
Okay,
honest,
sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you now. This is the end of your rebuttal round. Now, both teams have 3 minutes to prepare a closing speech. 1 speech per team. So you have 3 minutes to prepare. Okay, time for the closing speeches. Affirmative team, can you state your closing argument?
Dear judges and mates, my team and I roughly believes that the statement we presented and gave previously is roughly correct and convincing because of the following reasons. First of all, entrepreneurship helps to produce unemployment rates, and challenging people to raise their abilities and seek for their own income will dependently on will be a high risk. And finally, having your own business and being the leader of it gives you more freedom and control over your business. To sum up, we assume that we are still holding up to our situation from the case that the House believes that entrepreneurship is the best solutions for unemployment. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Negative team, please state your closing argument.
To the esteemed guests and judges and audience members, it seems that the opposing team has completely ignored the idea that this debate is about unemployed people specifically. Entrepreneurship is a very risky game to play. You need a lot of capital and initial investment to grow your company. Unemployed people need solutions to their problems, and they need these solutions right now. They have bills to pay, families to provide for, mortgages to pay, and debts to repay. Entrepreneurship as an idea is nice, but we're dealing with reality here. And the reality of the matter is, unemployed people simply cannot afford the great investments and risks needed to make entrepreneurship work. You lack any safety as an unemployed person. You have no pension after retirement to count on. You have no health insurance, and you have no yearly bonuses at all. Benefits like these are things that people heavily rely on to keep living a very good lifestyle. As such, our team must simply conclude that entrepreneurship as it stands right now is not an efficient nor a useful solution to the massive surge of unemployment we have been witnessing worldwide. Thank you.
All right, thank you both teams. Judges, both teams I think have given you a difficult job now. So we have actually created a room for you. If you check your emails and your WhatsApp, there is a link. So you may go to that room and discuss with each other and do your scoring. So judges, you may leave this room temporarily and go to your discussion room for the marking. While the judges have the very important task of scoring, I'd like to open this debate up to the rest of the floor. Would anybody like to make any comments regarding the motion and perhaps regarding some of the arguments that we've heard today? Do we have any budding entrepreneurs in the room today? Students, staff community? Perhaps if anyone has their own business, you could talk about your own experience, share it with the students. Let me ask you another question. Would anybody be willing to give up their jobs to have their own businesses? Who among you would take that opportunity?
Miss Azmi, I don't think I'm gonna give up my major because my major is devoted to help others. So my major is medicine. So entrepreneurship is about something. Entrepreneurship is all about being willing to do things to provide yourself a profit and establishing your own businesses. Me, as a medicine student, at the beginning of my life, I might devoted myself to help others. Not, it's all about the stable salaries and working with the government. It's all about the humanity that my major gave. If after my work, after I finish my study and start working, I have another business with my stable job, because I don't think I would give up my business, my major, for entrepreneurship until I think I'm already qualified to go.
All right, thanks for sharing that, Aya. Anyone else? Would you like to give your
I would personally
views?
never give up a stable job just to go in as an entrepreneur unless I have a really high amount of confidence. And I would only have that amount of confidence if I wasn't unemployed, if I had something to fall back on. Because at the end of the day, entrepreneurship is not something you can do whenever you want just because you feel like it. You have to have a plan B, because life is unexpected and things happen whether you like it or not. So if I have a job, I would start my own business. However, if I was unemployed, I would definitely look for a stable job with clear benefits to it and a clear contract. That way I can live my life peacefully knowing that I have something in me for tomorrow.
So would you say that having an education or having some sort of stable income is a backup? And is that important before you
Yes, I
start off on
believe
the
that is not
entrepreneurship
just
route?
important, I believe that is essential. Because at the end of the day, you need something to fall back on. There always has to be a safety net, whether you like it or not. You can't risk your life and your lifestyle like that.
Miss, if you excuse me, my point of view.
Okay, guys, the debate is over. Let's hear some from, some new views, some fresh perspectives from some of our other students. Would anybody else like to give their comments?
Yes, I do agree
Miss
that
Maha, hello.
Hi everyone. So yes, I do agree that yes, you need to, because I am recently employed and I have sat at home, so I can understand the issues going through that. So definitely yes, it is very difficult in these times for people to be unemployed, but you can, being in your employment, in your job, you can start your business. And yes, if once your business is stable, then maybe you can think of leaving your job. Until then, I don't think that's a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Maha. Okay, so that was an interesting discussion. While the judges are still finalizing the marks, I'd like to invite our Dean to say a few words. So please welcome Dr. Saleem Al-Habsi, the Director of the School of Foundation. Dr. Saleem.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yasmin. Thank you very much to the team. And I would like also to thank our colleagues from the neighboring universities and colleges. Actually, what we saw today is a one step ahead. Nobody would imagine that the people who are debating in front of us are actually students from General Foundation program. What you displayed today is really amazing in terms of language, in terms of research, in terms of discussing a very hard and very touching topic, which is about employability, which is, for example, now I would say the discussion, not just here in Oman, but around the world. So debating actually is there. It's not something which is new to us. We always debate. Every day we debate. In our class we debate. At home we debate. But when it comes to stepping on a very systematic and organized, structured debate and have the courage to take the step itself, actually something which is really appreciated. It will only take you one step further. So well done to what you have done today. It's really great. And I wish also you cascade all this to your colleagues and encourage them to, whenever they have any opportunity to be involved in any debate, so please go for it and grab it. This is the way you will grow. What you discussed today actually give us a clear picture. You are really promising students, and the future is in front of you. And debating using the debate skills and to be a debater, actually it's not just for you, but also it would help others who are not able to pass their message either to community or to anywhere. So that would help them also. You will be the representative who's going to carry their message, carry their word forward. So once you develop your debate skills, it's not just for you, but I would say also for others. That would help others. If they would like, let us say, to send a message, then you are the right person who can deliver this message to the right people. So well done to you all. And it was really great and amazing discussion today. And the topic itself actually is not an easy task. It is away from foundation. It is something which is discussed after the graduation. That's what I'm saying. You are taking one step further and you are discussing such hard topic, which is really touching. So well done to you all and congratulations for the job that you have done. And inshallah, we'll see in a minute who's going to win. But the way it's going to be, the winner of this college or that college, this university or that university, there is no issue. But stepping on being a debater itself is success. So thank you very much. And once again, well done.
Absolutely, Dr. Saleem. I'm sure we'll all agree with you there. Thank you for your impactful message. And yes, let us all join Dr. Saleem in congratulating all of the foundation students. You've earned all the praise. So very well done. And now I'd like to invite Mr. Ahmed Bashir, the head of department at the School of Foundation. Mr. Ahmed, would you like to come and say a few words? Mr. Ahmed, are you there? Mr. Ahmed is having some technical difficulties, I think. I think the judges will just be a couple of minutes. Would any of the teachers like to give any feedback or their observations? All right, thanks, Nirmala, no problem. I think Mr. Ahmed is back now. Mr. Ahmed? While we wait for the judges to come back, then we'll just, I just wanted to move on and say thank you to everybody who has been part of arranging this wonderful event. And big thank you to all our participating colleges and universities. We were thrilled to have you today. and you've proved your amazing techniques, your debate, your delivery, and your team collaboration. Thank you very much for that. As my colleagues stated at the beginning of this event, they talked about the Future Skills Program in 2021 and the need to nurture employability skills with our students. And I just want to restate some of those key things about what debating can do for your students in terms of their academic skills and their life beyond college and university. So debating skills will obviously improve critical thinking skills for your students, but more importantly, they will help your students acquire a better poise, mature speech delivery, and they learn the art of organizing their thoughts. They are better able to identify false and inaccurate theories, and then be ready to question them. I think we can all agree in an era where we are threatened with misinformation and fake news, it is very important to be able to spot fake news and question it and confirm it with truth and real evidence. So my hope is that we can continue empowering our students with these skills and continue promoting this, embedding these skills within our syllabus, helping our students leave foundation and truly being global citizens.
أول ما أوصل الدوام بروح
All right, I think our judges are back now. All right. So judges, may I ask you to offer your feedback, just the feedback, and then Dr. Sleen will announce the winner. So if you could share some of your observations and your feedback, that would be incredible. Thank you. Sami, Robbie, Asma, anyone? Anyone will go first. Miss Asma, would you like to say a few words? Please offer your feedback, your observations.